Okay. Oh. I'm forgetting the volume's all the way down. Alright, how's this? Okay, I think it's pretty good. Can control it pretty well with the volume. Alright. I'm gonna set aside the monitor headphones and let's go. Oh, you know what? I'm actually going to remember to tweet that I'm live for a change. Not that anybody's actually watching my Twitter, but, you know. All right. So I made some modifications a bit. I've already been working a little bit on the model since last night / this morning. I've kind of tightened it up a bit, played a little bit more with some of the settings, as you can see, compared to last night or yesterday's stream. I've adjusted the model so he looks a bit older. Basically in anime, the differences between, like, you know, the younger characters and the, you know, and the more adult characters, older characters, is just kind of like the eye sizing, the size and length of the head and jaw. The adults tend to be a little bit more towards regular, you know, I guess you could say proper proportions compared to, like, you know, some of the exaggerated features like the big eyes and stuff like that on big eyes, tiny noses, on you know, the younger models and stuff, the younger characters. And that's in addition to, like, you know, the lines. I'm going to redo the way this looks. I added the basic default eyeliner just to kind of have that in position so I can kind of see what's going on. I am going to clean a lot of this up in Clip Studio Paint. So you can see I've got, right now I've just got this is like still the default iris. The eyeliner, I've also added an eyelid line, and again, these basic eyebrows, which totally way too thin for an adult male character generally. I'm going to go ahead and go into, like I said, in Clip Studio Paint, I'm going to clean some of this up, or at least I'm going to try to. I'm going to redraw the eyebrows and then import those in. I actually found out yesterday that I kind of did the import wrong. What you actually have to do is you don't just export the item itself. You actually have to, so let me explain. I haven't I actually imported yet? Let me check. Okay, eyebrows, eyelid. Okay, I haven't done the irises or the sclera yet. So yesterday when I did the import, I goofed. So let me go to the irises. So here, I actually just tried to right click and do an export. Save an export custom item, which that's fine, but the problem is what this actually exports isn't the actual texture. That was my mistake. I thought it was the texture when it's actually not. It's kind of like a custom format file, part JSON, part other data and stuff in it, that actually has the settings for the irises, not so much, and you know, not really anything else. To actually export the texture, you have to go in and edit the texture first, and then you have to export the textures. You have to export each layer individually. That was kind of the thing where I goofed. Also, kind of a neat thing, if I just go ahead and, you know, right click and do an export, that's just going to export the actual design layer. So basically all the colored part here and stuff like this, it doesn't actually include the guide underneath. Okay, if you actually want the guide on its own, you actually have to go ahead and select export guide. That was a pretty important thing that I figured out earlier today, because I was having problems trying to open it up, and that's when I realized, because when it saves it, it's a PNG when you export it. But the custom item, when you try to export the item, it exports it with a custom item extension, and you know, obviously it's not actual like image data, so Clip Studio Paint or any other paint program can't actually open it. So that was my goof from yesterday. Hopefully I'm gonna have fewer hiccups. I'm still gonna have to wind up like looking up a lot of stuff. So, but that's all good. So anyway, I'm going to export the guide first. And let's see, texture irises. So the iris guide. And then just for reference, I am going to go ahead and export the current. I'm going to call this the default, even though technically it's not. It's just the set that I decided to use, but I'm just going to call it default or sample probably instead. Now I can actually go ahead and properly open that up in, I should be able to properly open that up inside of Clip Studio Paint. Okay. Close these without saving because I'm not doing anything yet. Let's go ahead and just do the same thing. Oh, you know what? I haven't done the eye highlights yet either. So let's do the same thing. I don't really need to export the guide again because the guide should still be the same for the eyes. So the irises guide should still be identical, and yep, it looks like. Which kind of makes sense. There shouldn't be a reason why the irises would have a completely separate, guide, because they go in the same place. So I'm just going to go ahead and export these as highlights. Okay. That should do it for right now. What I want to do is I want to tweak the eyes a little bit more. Like the actual eye shape. I've kind of come down right now where I've made the eyes a bit narrower and smaller. So they're slightly more narrow than they were originally. They're also not as tall. Now, if I wanted to give them a more delinquent type look, I could actually go ahead and do something like, I think, change the iris size. Yeah, here we go down here, the iris size. So like if I cut that down to, like, let's just say -0.5. iris size. You want to go ahead and make it still round. 5. So yeah, now he looks little, well, again, smaller irises, you know, the smaller eyes, smaller irises. That's kind of in keeping with the typical adult look in anime and manga. Now, I can kind of barely see. I can see it more if I tilt up, but the sclera eyeshadow is because of the eye height, and because it's narrower, the sclera shadow doesn't really show up as much. I wonder if that's actually a setting I can mess with. Because, you know what, I kind of like the slightly smaller irises. It matches more what, you know, again, the adult thing that I'm looking for. And plus, you know, I'm kind of going for, you know, a slightly weathered Oji-san look for the character. Unfortunately, you can't really change the nose shape too much. You can kind of straighten it, but like this point, it's always going to come to a point. You know, you can't really flatten it into, like, say, like a more, and make this more curved instead of pointed. That's not really an option. So, and let's see, I also adjusted the mouth a bit and made the lips a little bit thicker instead of, like, you know, kind of like the tight thin lip look. So that actually looks a little bit better. Oh, wait. I gotta go check on something. I'll be right back. Okay, I refilled my water. So yesterday, or I should say last night, I actually I was baking, and I made you know, some fresh bread last night, which turned out pretty good. Basic loaf, nothing really to write home about. Today, well, So I like to use Instacart, and I actually did a little bit of grocery shopping yesterday. Nothing spectacular, just kind of hit up Costco. Now, the funky thing is, if you buy like their roasted chicken, if you buy like their regular chicken, like a single chicken at Costco is like $11. Okay, for whole chicken. So about $11 per chicken if you buy it like actually like, you know, packaged and whatever else. You know, this is uncooked, you know, do what you want with the thing. Their rotisserie chicken, on the other hand, is like five something, like about 575, 580 or so. So half the price of if you buy the thing raw. That, you know, it kind of makes no sense to me, but then at the same time, it's like, well, okay, fine. So it's cheaper. I can get 2 rotisserie chickens instead of like basically 1 uncooked chicken. Of course, the trick is, the benefit is I get to do it my way any way I want. But, you know, my wallet is telling me, yeah, no, get the rotisserie chicken. So I ended up getting like 3 rotisserie chickens because, you know, if you do DoorDash to McDonald's to get like a Whopper and fries or whatever and a drink will run like maybe about $30, you know? So like actually about 25 or so with like the delivery fee, tax tip and stuff. So $25 for McDonald's delivered, or like 18 bucks for 3 rotisserie chickens. You know, it's not difficult math. So 3 rotisserie chickens, a 10-pound bag of golden potatoes. I can make my own french fries or mashed potatoes or whatever the hell damn well I want. And like, you know, I've pretty much got the equivalent of something that I ordered out from fast food, only better. Now, I'm not the biggest fan of Costco's rotisserie chicken. It's okay. It's mid at best. You know, I mean, it doesn't suck, but it's not like, oh my god, this is like fantastic. You know, I'm pretty convinced that the people who think it's all fantastic and shit were just really, really hungry. But, so what I decided to do, while they were still warm and easy to work with, I basically broke down all 3 chickens. So I broke them down, deboned them, except for the drumstick, you know, the drumsticks and, you know, the chicken wing tips, obviously. But barring those, I deboned it, you know, pretty thoroughly. I put all the carcasses in a pot, and so all 3 carcasses and the bones from the thighs and everything, from the thighs and the chicken wings, those all went into a stock pot, and I am currently making chicken stock from those 3 carcasses. So that's what I've got on the stove right now. You know, so basic chicken bone broth. You know, and if you've ever made your own broth before, well, you know exactly what kind of goodness I'm looking forward to right now. I just checked, it's been on the stove now for about, I want to say, what, 2, 3, 4, no, what the hell time did I get those? So it's been since, so yeah, 6 hours right now. And when you boil down bones and everything, for a while, the broth is clear, which, you know, total indicator, not ready, not even close to being ready yet. But after a while, once the collagen and stuff really start to break down, then the liquid, the broth turns cloudy, and that is what you want. So I'm going to wind up probably letting it go until about midnight or so my time. So maybe by the time I'm done messing around on here and everything, I'll wind up taking it off and So that'll be a 12-hour chicken bone broth that I can use as a basis for, well, whatever the hell I want. So, looking forward to it. Last time I just kind of ended up making a bunch of chicken dumplings and stuff using the actual, the separated chicken and stuff, the pieces from like the thighs, the back meat and stuff like that. The chicken breast, I used some of it. Not a big fan of chicken breast compared to the thighs and stuff, but obviously I'll still eat it. And it's good in soup. Soup, chicken pot pie, whatever else. The only thing I wish I really had was a larger stock pot. Like one twice as tall as the one I've got right now would be fantastic. I think I've got like an 8-cup. No, 4-8. Maybe a 12-cup, I'm not sure. But I want one of those tall, like restaurant type stock pots. Because for 3 carcasses, that would actually have probably made more sense. It's going to wind up in that pot, the 3 carcasses, that's going to be a pretty concentrated broth. Which, it'll be phenomenal if I keep it, undiluted. It'll be basically a soup all on its own. But if I want to use it for stock for other stuff, then yeah, I can actually easily use it in a diluted state of 1-to-1, 1 cup of the broth and 1 cup of water easy. Alright. So anyway, let's see here. Gotta be really careful with the settings in Vroid to make sure that it doesn't botch your shit. When you let go of the control and move, it tends to follow a slight delay afterwards. That's really irritating. I want to try to sharpen the eyes a little bit, but this reduce inner slant doesn't let me go past the 0 on the slider. But if I type in a negative value, if I do -1, what does that look like? That looks ridiculous. That's closer to what I want. is not straight, but it's kind of funny. Okay. Kind of wish there was something you could do about that shape on the... Is that the nose bridge? I don't think that I was able to do anything with that by messing with the actual nose bridge. None of the nose settings. I think let me actually change that. Because the bridge curve, yeah, that only affects the bridge of the nose directly. Yeah, see, it doesn't really change the area around the eye socket when you do any changes. I don't think. Maybe the bridge prominence. Yeah, nope. None of the cheekbone settings actually affected it either. It's kind of like, nope, that's just pretty much how that skeletal structure is kind of set and done. I did tighten the nose up. Also kind of reduce the prominence slightly by going into a negative number here so that it's not just so slanted but kind of comes up a little bit more. I'm not going to actually wind up using a separate nose contour texture. I'm just going to put that I'm just going to paint those directly on the skin texture, the face skin texture, instead of having it separate. And I also want to kind of clean up this area because I want the bridge of the nose to actually appear wider. So this shading that I've got here, I want to actually make that gap a little bit wider as opposed to how close together it looks, and kind of fix this where there's like this funky gap and stuff kind of going in. Yeah, the blending tools in Vroid Studio leave a bit to be desired. They're good for what they are, but if you really want to fine tune if you want fine tune control, you're gonna have to use an external program. But that's okay. I also had to adjust the eyebrows because certain expressions would clip into the actual eyebrows, and it would clip into the bridge of the nose. So with the Z at 0, it's actually standing off of the face a fair amount. So even at -1, or not -1, whatever the setting that I've got right now, I had to pull it off of the face slightly. So there's like a little bit of a gap. So the eyebrows, if you look closely, they appear to be floating in front of the face. I mean, this is the reason why Virtual Ray doesn't like using eyelashes, for that very reason, because they have goofy clipping issues when, like, you start getting into blinks and stuff like that, the different facial expressions, the eyelashes will start clipping and doing some janky shit. So I kind of want to avoid painting in, or at least I wish I could avoid painting the face skin texture in Clip Studio, because I like being able to live see it on the model. It's kind of hard to tell where the things sit. So maybe what I'll do is I will do the basic, I'll do some touch up here, and then I will try to go in and kind of do some blending of this and clean this up inside of Clip Studio Paint. But also with the lip text, the lips and everything, I want to clean that up. So I'm going to kind of mark stuff for now and then do the cleanup. Because all of this, where the opacity kind of comes in, it would be great to, I know I can kind of blur some of this and help blur out, and that would do some blending, but it's not really going to blend it as well as I'd like, I don't think. So we will see how it looks. But for right now, I think the eyes are where I want it. I wanted to make the face a little bit longer, but trying to move the jaw any lower down just kind of started to look wrong. So I'm just going to kind of leave this as is for the time being, and just, now that the eyes and the mouth and the scale proportions, as well as the head to the rest of the body, that looks a little bit better, and he looks more like an actual adult, an older character. Now I can just go ahead and focus on some of the paint work, which so far there's no painting and stuff on here whatsoever. He's just basically wearing the basic bodysuit. I'm gonna go ahead and work on the textures, I'm gonna work on the texture in the bodysuit, and get some painted shadows on here. I'm also going to play with some more settings on the bodysuit and see if I can kind of do stuff, because when I enlarged him in the bodysuit, if you notice, the hands got all fat fingery. I want to go ahead and reduce the thickness of those fingers, and hopefully I can do that inside of the outfit. So let's just go over there right now. Let's see here. I want to make things a bit. What is this maximum leg bulk? Good lord. See, and I can't really do too much more bulk than that, because especially if you can't increase the size of the glutes, having a larger thighs, like, you know, working, okay, the quadriceps is one thing, but your biceps, you know, and your leg biceps in particular, you know, your hamstrings, those are tied, you know, are tied pretty tightly to those. And, you know, the quads as well, because if you think about it, when you do squats and stuff, part of the work stabilizing that comes from, like, you know, the quads, the adductors and everything to kind of hold you in place. Of course, the bulk of the work should be coming from the glutes. So, you know, basically having defined legs and having, you know, having no cake, that's not really your kind of thing, because you're gonna get some cake if you do leg work. You know, maybe not huge, maybe not, but it's gonna look better than this. Not that I'm obsessing about the cake or anything. It's okay, I'm obsessing a little about the cake just because it just doesn't look right if I'm trying to make him look any more athletic. So, you know, I don't want no Gumby ass bullshit going on here. But anyway. Let's see what I can do about those fat fingers. I increase the bulk for the wrist. Both fat fingers, so that means I can probably reduce the. It just has this issue with trying to click in these fields sometimes. Do -25. Okay, that's much better. see, maybe if I do it, let's see what negative 35 looks like. Yeah, I don't think I really want to go any more beyond that because it'll start to look a little too... Yeah, I think that's pretty good, proportionate to the rest of the body. It's not like he has small hands, he's just got thin fingers. You know, not those big giant meat pads. What does the knee puff look like? Right. Those. Oh, so that's what Lynn was talking about yesterday. People making those claws and nails, their fingernails. That's pretty interesting. She said that they took it off, but apparently it seems to be back or something. That's pretty wicked looking. Impossible to type though, so. Gonna leave it as is. Now what I haven't done, what is this round feet? Oh, yeah, no. For that matter, taper. So tapering them makes them come to an even point. Hello, undo. You know, I hope it didn't undo the fingers because the undo seems to also be a little bit wonky. Here's it, maximize your wrist. Okay, it's still negative 35, so that's cool. So, I mean, I guess that's going to be the extent of what that's going to look like. Now, considering, you know, he's going to be wearing geta, which, you know, the classic Japanese sandals that go along with the jinpei, his feet, I mean, he's going to basically have to be barefoot. So, and it looks like I'm definitely going to need to make sure I paint that up. to spend some time on it to make sure it looks proper. Because the way I've seen some people now in Ray's tutorial, you know, I'm giving her the benefit of the doubt that she basically, you know, the tutorial, she just kind of rushed through stuff because she effectively just did the effect of like drawing lines. You know, she was a little bit dismissive about, you know, spending a lot of time on feet. Because, I mean, her reasoning is that most of the characters are going to be in clothes and boots. So basically a bunch of closed-toe shoes. Which that makes, maybe for men I could see that, but women, you know, footwear is a thing. I can't imagine like all these, you know, all these female Vroid characters are running around in completely enclosed toe shoes. So I gotta wonder how, like, if they commissioned an artist to do feet, or if they found, like, you know, just some textures with like feet, or how much even they pay attention to this stuff to begin with. Or, you know what, maybe it's just part of the shoe where it's just drawn in on the shoe. Who knows? Because if the shoes have the painted toe texture on it anyway, then I guess it wouldn't really matter. And in fact, you know, before I spend a whole lot of time trying to do that, that's something that I should take a look at as well. So it doesn't really look like there's much to do with regards to feet. Kind of wondering if I want to kind of increase, or I should say, well, basically just darken him up and give him, like, you know, some deeper color. I mean, I guess he's looking kind of new. I want him to look tanner, more Philippine, Cambodian, Pacific Islander type, Samoan, more of that. Because this looks like it'd be actually a pretty decent base color. Needs more chocolate. In a nutshell. So let's go dark. I want him to look more bronze, more sun-kissed. Alright, so you know what I'm gonna do? You know, I can take any one of these, doesn't really matter. But I'm gonna save the current one. In fact, let me just make sure that I'm saving. I've already got this saved as variant A of my current model. Shudder to think of how many gigs of RAM the Vroid is already up to. I restarted it once already. 9.67 gigs. Fucking hell, really? Okay. It seems to be responding pretty well so far. If it starts getting up too high, I gotta stop it and restart it. It kind of tells me that it got a bit of memory leak to it. Well, I mean, it does clean up after it if you like exit, so it can't be bad. Still, that's kind of obscene. And let's edit this. So I had come up with like a couple of darker variations. Like an alternate or an extra shadow. That was 663D25. It's also kind of another annoying thing. I mean, you would expect the eyedropper to go ahead, and if you click on an area, it should actually give you that color, right? I know this color swatch right here, the first color swatch should actually be, that first color swatch should actually be AA775A. And yet if I take the eyedropper and I select it, well, because I clicked on it, now it's just giving me the right colors. But this color is the base color of the body, right? So if I go ahead and I take the eyedropper and I try to do it on the body, now this is the closest it's actually gotten to being the actual correct color, which, you know, I don't know what the fuck I can tell you. It's either way, it's just been irritating. Likewise, if I click here, it's like, all right, you know what? And so this, my first mistake was on this layer, on this skin. I had gone and I did this on the base layer, which I did not want to do. So I'm going to start just by erasing the existing color. And I'm going to make sure that I got mirroring on this time. Okay, so now that's just the body. You can see he's in his skivvies. He's no longer in the bodysuit, or the bodysuit at this point is completely transparent. You know what? While I'm doing this, I am going to export the body skin guide, because the bodysuit skin is the same as the body skin. I mean, it'd be kind of cool to label stuff. So if I were to try to paint this, like, to be able to know what each of the parts are, that would actually be pretty darn good. It's not like I need to use that layer in production, but while I'm trying to work out what the hell everything is, that would be kind of grand. So if I set this to black, and let's draw on the character. So like the belly button should be, using a 1 is really hard to freaking see. Alright, but like the belly button, here's the waist. So like right around here should be the belly button. Actually a little bit tall, because, you know, if you look here like this, you know, on the guide, this part of the navel right here is probably where the belly button ought to be. And let's not make him look like a little frowny face. So, not going for real accuracy here. I'm just so the collarbone we know is up here. And it would kind of come along here. Wow. Gotta be careful with that. And then the base of the throat. The collarbones are actually really deep. Man. Again, the lag on Vroid. Something you have to be careful of. At least in my event. So that's some pretty serious depth there. So now, front armpit and chest. Chesto! Chesto, the male chest would kind of come along this area. Damn it. So it should pretty much follow this contour. But then instead of, I mean, okay, some men's pecs do pitch up a little bit more. A lot of men's chests instead are mainly broad and don't start to come up till like, you know, about here. Their pecs are longer than, you know, women's breasts. Obviously they're shaped differently, although the underlying muscle on women are kind of the same. I mean, their muscle groups are a bit tighter and stuff, but still effectively. So like if I were going to do top wise, it would also kind of come up and like this. And that's basically male muscle, like, you know, the pecs and stuff, which, you know, it would kind of, if you were going crazy, you'd have, like, you know, the muscle striation, like, you know, down here. Obviously, I'm not going to do that because I'm not trying to go for, you know, anything muscle bound. But, I mean, you could. And that's really what I'm kind of saying. I mean, the muscles are going to basically follow that path. They're going to just kind of go across. So they're going to kind of span going across here. And of course, like, you know, they kind of come in and get tied into, like, you know, to the shoulder. Actually, this is a little bit lower because it would really kind of be more up. It would actually kind of come more from over here and come down because your muscle group ties in, you know, your pecs pull your shoulder, basically your pecs pull your arms, so the muscle group kind of comes and is attached to, like, you know, the deltoid, you know, the tendons kind of come in over here, and that's what controls the, you know, the contraction of the pec pulls your deltoid from, like, this point. So, I mean, your underlying, you know, below the deltoid muscle kind of comes across the pec like this. That's interesting to note. The deltoid comes in at that part of that seam. How novel. Where is this on the arm? Right up here. Let's see. Let me erase some of this. So, then obviously, we have way too wide. This way the crease is. And the crease should actually be like here, right? Which that's not going to be seen because of the body underneath, but that's fine. Okay. So the shoulder, there should, in your deltoid, there should be like, well, your deltoid kind of is two groups of muscles, so coming from both sides. So your deltoid, essentially, you've got the front, the middle, and the rear. You know, and then of course, depending on the person, like, you know, the musculature will look different. But it's going to kind of come in and there'd be like striation. So coming off the rear, it would pretty much come along like that. Except for the stupid this little doitoid would come up like that. Now, of course, the lats would pull in from down here. Your traps. So if you come down like the center, well, we can kind of tell that that's supposed to be the line, like right here on the edge, but your traps are triangular and they kind of come up from here, meeting up to your deltoids. The lats kind of pull up from here, so they would actually, the lat muscles and everything all kind of come from the center line. And they end up pulling up from here. Oh, I was like, wow, that looks like it's all floating on top. And yeah, it is floating on top because of the bodysuit. That threw me off for a second there. And at the same time, that also means that if you bulk up the bodysuit, you can have transparencies and appear to have stuff floating above your body. A whole lot of ways you can actually use that. That's actually pretty cool. So now you would have adductor muscles coming in from the side. Basically, those are like the little dimples that people see. But this should be part of the arm, right? Yes. The arm... Fucking hell. The armpit is only in the front part. If you go too far in the back of this texture, but the armpit goes to about here. And then on the back, which on the arm side should be like over here. And that's not visible from the behind. Which, that's good. We don't want the armpit shadow visible from behind so much. It's basically, it has to be visible in front. So this area here can effectively be shaded with, by armpit. Damn, the sensitivity's fucked up. OBS, Clip Studio Paint, and Vroid Studio all open together? Begging for issues. I've only got 32 gigs of RAM in this machine. And right now, pushing 28, but fucking Vroid Studio is already up to 14 gigs of use, so it starts to act goofy. I'm gonna probably have to close it and reopen it in a minute. But right now, before I do, I want to do some other things, like, because one of the things I want to do is I want to mark the areas for the muscles, like where the proper shading should be. It's kind of hard to tell. So this looks like the elbow is right about here. Am I right? Yep. So this is the knob of the elbow. Actually, it's up a little bit higher. It's over here. So the inside of the arm, the inside elbow of the elbow, is actually, that crease should be here. Which, why in the fuck? Like, okay, so you would think that on the texture wise, that it should be this over here. But it's not. Or, okay, no, it kind of is. So if I want to be more accurate, it's really, the crease should be following this line here. Yep. Putting the center of the front arm over here, right? Okay. Okay, yeah, that matches up perfectly. That's actually in line with the wrist right there. So this area right here, actually no, but this part becomes the bottom of the wrist. At the base of the hand. Yep. Okay, cool. So the back of the elbow, if I look at that closely, if I follow that arm, then really what's happening is that the elbow itself should be following this line, should be following this curve, which means that the back of the elbow should follow this line here, and this should be a center line. That looks about right. Okay, cool. Which means that the tricep actually be round and in line halfway up the arm. Right, so the tricep should be coming like in about here, roughly, depending of course on anatomy, but I mean it would really kind of come down and across. So the shadowing should reflect that. Which again, if it follows on the center line, but then that also means that the deltoid, the bottom of the delt, should be like this line over here. So this well, that's just kind of a covering. It doesn't really follow. It doesn't exactly follow the musculature. Because the muscles come up at a much higher point. The muscles themselves, like the deltoid, would actually like come from here, intersect the deltoid, and then come along that line here. That would be a better line, where it would actually then join up with that front line over here. So this would kind of come up and more or less kind of come and connect up to that. And then the outside of the shoulder, that center line kind of meets over at this point. And that should be the midpoint of the, basically, the middle deltoid. But either way, the top of the delt should still be up here. That's fine. Jeez. All right. This should actually come kind of down more like this. I mean, that to an extent, but so if I want the shadows to look correct, it should really kind of follow along some of those markers. The outside of the arm, the tricep kind of comes along this line and then goes down. Well, geez. It more or less follows. It would basically kind of come in across from the deltoid, come down more or less on the center line. Because it would end up coming over here and then meeting up. So here on the inside, where's the inner? Because obviously your bicep is going to be in this area over here. Okay, so then the bicep line is going to more or less be along here. Now, of course, at this point in the forearm, from by the elbow over, there would be, again, the forearm muscle striation. So there would be kind of some flex coming along here. A little hard to tell. Again, I'm not going to put all of this detail onto this because nobody's going to see it for the most part. I want to do maybe a little bit of hinting. It's something I could paint on a little bit more to get, to get more detail, but I'm not trying to make a muscle bound kind of guy, but I do want it to kind of follow some of the basic anatomy and get some of the shading, so it's not so just completely flat. It's like kind of like a similar deal over here, the shading. There should be some shading and stuff along the sides of the abs, so this would actually kind of come and this would actually be shaded out. Jeez. Just really? So anyway, there should be shadow here. It kind of coming up. Likewise, the obliques kind of come in off here, so the obliques would fit in and kind of taper up like that. So now let's take a look at the legs. So the question is, so this should be, wait, this should be the front of the knee, right? If it's going to be the same as the textures above. So the knee should kind of come in along here. So, I mean, that's the outer ligament and stuff. And then the back of the knee, so then the back of the knee should more or less follow this line here, right? With, of course, this being the center line. Actually, this whole area, now that I think about it, if I keep it conservative, I could probably say to like maybe here. So going across here would be like the base, although the very tip, just by following the mesh itself, kind of gives you that idea. But then from the side view, where's the side? So then really it should follow that line more or less, but as a slight curve. I said a slight curve. I can actually probably put it up in front of that so that the curve ends at that line and then comes back in. Damn it. It's a little bit, actually, that's kind of accurate though. I mean, that's the quadricep. Because the actual leg bicep would come up from the ligaments from behind and kind of come up from here, curve into here, and then come back down. That's basically the base part of the line. So there, you know, this part would be shaded a bit more. Calves. This should be the shin bone over here, right? I mean, again, this is the leg center line. So the shin be on the inside, which should be this side here. Oh, I'm like, is it behind or in front? Okay. Then the actual ankle bones. Got what, one line coming across over here. Where's the Achilles tendon then? Because that would more or less be behind this. So it should kind of come in about here. But now see, this is the bottom of that, so that line, like here, lines up over here. I see. Okay. So that's the inside ankle. And actually, we don't want that to be so tall on the inside. We want it tall on the outside, though. So this seam where do you hook up at? Okay, there you go. So you kind of come down on this line to hook up. Okay. Again, the Achilles tendon. Again, comes in from here and goes up to what? Where do you join? You join right there. So that's the other side of the Achilles tendon. you. Then that must be down here. Okay. Before I leave the quads, there's one more shadow on the quads that need to be addressed. The front. Quadricep used to be one of my favorite muscles to draw way back when. It's been so long since I've actually drawn them a whole lot. Just two teardrop muscles. One on the inside of the thigh, and one up a little higher on the other side of the thigh, inside the knee. So the quadricep would kind of come in. The first one kind of comes in roughly here and then goes up. Right? No, because it should cross over. Like again, if that's the center line, if this is the actual center line of the knee and so the quadricep I should probably exaggerate it a little bit more. So this should instead kind of come here. And then the other one kind of comes in from here. Roughly. I mean, I don't want to make it a very big deal. Because if anything, the outside... Oh wait, you know what? Because it's going to the center line, I'm kind of messing that up. Because the other quadricep would kind of come in from here and swoop in, connect to the inner quad, which then kind of comes up and comes up back this way. And then they meet up here. And that's a little bit more what they would come in like. Of course, it's not like I can draw quads especially well on a scrawny ass leg, but I mean, just the shadow should kind of have like a little bit of a nick on it. Again, these are just markers for where the shadows will kind of fall. So when I do the shading, you know, put some shading around the knee, like around this area, kind of like, you know, shade in on this side of the shin, marking on the calf. And then above the knee, there'd be kind of like a little bit of a wedge shape, like right up here, just kind of hinting at the quads, but not, of course, going all the way up and stuff, because, you know, I'm not, again, not trying to do that. So now let's take a look at the feet. Are those fingers or are those toes? I guess they're fingers. Oh no, these are the soles. It's a little bit messed up. Obviously the mesh isn't gonna match, but we want to make sure that we get the corners in the right spots. Like, I think this should be the big toe. Like along here, right? So the big toe is going to kind of come around here and then come across. What's really gonna be a trick there are some ugly motherfucking feet in Google search. What the goddamn hell? Maybe I should have done model feet or something like that. Or hell. Yeah, right, that'll do. That's much better. Jesus. Did not want to see every possible foot melody on the planet. Thank you, Google. me see here. Wait, focus, link 2. Focusing on the thing to do. Really? Okay. So then, how do they line up underneath? Is this the big toe? Because it looks like the inside of the foot. It's kind of came in this way. So does it come across this way? Good guess. Which means in that second one, of course, way too far in. That looks like it should only go here. No, not enough. Well, it looks like the ball of the foot is kind of coming on this way. Come on. Oh, fucking eraser. Jesus. So that looks like that went over up the edge. So the bottom of the foot stops here. Right, so then that really should kind of come in a little bit like that. So then this still follows the same. This was off. right here. mean, this will be actually kind of good. Like if I ever do a female model, definitely making a point to actually dress up and do the feet nice would be pretty important, I would think. So I'm going to definitely kind of draw this up. This in particular, I'm going to work on in Vroid Studio so that I can make sure that I get some nice lines on here and get some decent shading going on. But I need to take a quick moment. So, you know, I will be back in just a few. Okay. All right, that sounds good. Wait, the mic sounds a little scuff. No, I think actually instead it's the headphones. It's not really the mic. All right, we're good. You know, this switching around the mic or the headsets and stuff kind of makes me wonder if there is either a pair of headphones that can switch between two sources, or probably just have a mixer that lets you switch between the two sources to be able to listen on either. So I can listen in from either computer without having to swap headsets and stuff. I could just kind of flip a switch and choose which source I want to listen to. That's probably on a mixing board, if anything. So for anybody kind of tuning in, if you're enjoying listening to the lo-fi comfy sounds while I'm just kind of sitting here working out details. I'm just kind of marking up the crap out of this one texture layer. I'm going to use this as a guideline for drawing in the proper textures and shades and stuff. I just finished doing the foot, or I should say feet. So I'm about to go ahead, and once I finish this, I'm going to go ahead and mark the positions on the hands and everything, and I think it'll be kind of good to go. So this is kind of like the instep area that's I want to kind of, depending on the model and stuff, I'm not going to worry about it too much on this model, but you know, I want to make sure that, you know, if there's an instep going on, that there's like a proper, I would want there to be like a proper instep shadow or coloring and stuff like that. Okay. That line should, jeez, come on. That line should kind of continue up to the center line, like so. It's about as far as it needs. That's already going way up the instep, but just kind of wanted to mark that. Especially considering that it's not directly on any particular guideline. It's kind of important, it feels. All right, now let's take a look at the hands. Most importantly, the fingers, which I guess are all of these down here. One thing I don't know on this texture. Boy, I can keep losing my mouse. What are these? Where does this go. Okay, you know what? Actually, that's got to be the hands. That was a mistake, but I'm gonna run with it and check and just kind of confirm. If there's a line or a mark on the hands, then I know it's the hand. And yep, it's the hands. That's apparently the palm. Well, good to know. So let's see here. When it comes to the hand, I swear the way this thing fucking jumps is so damned annoying. So I can probably make the fingers slightly longer and probably still a little bit thinner. But it does look like it's fairly straightforward. Definitely not fucking precise. Let's try that again. Almost forgot to mute for a second there. Alright, you know what? I'm gonna do the thumb in a moment. I'm just gonna try to get these other ones out of the way real quick. Let's check the hand textures and see what I got. Unlike the toes and the feet, it does look like I've got more of a guide for the fingers. and the fingernails. So if I'm looking at this, it seems like I should be able to go ahead and get a better view by kind of coming in. Well, no. Or, you know what, actually, because I'm drawing these on the body, I'm not drawing them on the bodysuit. I forget. So does that mean that fingers are still that thick and need to be cut down some more? I'm not gonna undo my initial drawings because, again, the realization that I was drawing on the, oh wait, the fingers taper a little bit, so maybe I need to be careful of that. Extrapolating on the thumb, that should also be this one. Unless the thumb is reversed, because it kind of looks like it's reversed. Yeah, the thumb is reversed. That's my bet. Yep, the thumb is reversed. Motherfucking hell. Okay. Although I guess it's good that I was able to kind of tell just from looking at the texture shape. Again, poorly drawn. But that's mainly for reference. So first knuckle, second knuckle. Fairly straightforward to kind of tell what each one of those are. So, first knuckle, second knuckle. I'm only going to do a couple of them because if you know what they are, it's pretty straightforward. Right. So now, palm of the hand. So, I mean, obviously there's the creases, you know, that are pretty much here. here, here, one would think. But they are showing up in random ass spots. Like, if that's the joint, then what the hell is this down here? Oh, see, the finger joint comes all the way down to there.
Computers now have primary control of critical vehicle functions.
In fact, this is actually before the crease. Wrong knuckle. So on the palm, again, the first one should be about here. Then the second one is not quite here, but it's in the seam there. Itself, this should kind of come down. First of all, there's the meat of the palm here. Then technically, well, then roughly there's like a line from the extending from the edge, you know, basically where your hand hinges. That kind of comes up here-ish. Then again, that other part of the hinge is more or less in this area. And if you wanted to go by the lines in your hand, they would kind of be something like that. That's roughly it. Now, of course, we could also, if we were doing padding, like, you know, the edge of the hand, the other side. So there's the meat on the palm, and then there's also the meat along the knife edge of the hand. So it would come and meet here near the wrist. So where in the hand does that go? We look at our hand textures. It's a lot of scribble. So out of all of that, I have no idea what the hell that one line is. All this is confusing as fuck. All right, which line is this? Well, let's see here. Okay, so that's the palm line. Or that's the upper one. This one. Okay. Then the palm line. Okay, the palm line is that down there, which that follows a really odd line, a really odd angle, contour-wise. Which, of course, the fourth line is the fourth line. So that bottom crease, the fingers. See, here's the knuckles. That's pretty easy to tell. So if I wanted to white knuckle those and put like, you know, some hand textures on that. So that's the, okay, so this is the top of the hand. That's the outside of the thumb. And then that's the wraparound. This is the palm. And then the palm wraps in and meets at the other end with the rest of the... So really, this line is almost following the edge of the palm texture, like where the seam is. The seam would actually be kind of close to that. Fascinating. So is that all I need to have decent shadows? Obviously this is overkill. Just decent shadows. If that were all I were going for. Like I said, this is just certainly overkill. But you know what? I'm gonna go ahead and export this. So I got the bodysuit guide. I've already exported that. Good. So let's just go ahead. I don't think that there was any basic. Yeah, I mean, there wasn't a basic level at all. So let's go ahead and export. Oh, so you can also import the different layers in as well. So in case I wanted to keep the layers separate, I could do that, but I'll probably just end up using Clip Studio and merging them and just putting this to keep the, essentially to keep the model itself probably fairly simple. Alright, so this is the bodysuit. Call this annotations. So what I'm curious about, I'm going to go ahead and create another layer here. Damn it. The fucking lag. Let's delete that. I made one too many layers. Let's call this annotations. This is normally going to be off. But I'm going to take this layer and I'm going to move it below it just to keep it, the other outer layer, visible. And what I want to do with this, because I want to check and see especially those fingers. I want to see if I have to adjust the fingers some more. So I'm going to go to the color wheel. See, now this feels a little too dark. A little darker than I wanted. I'm going to set the layer to be slightly opaque because I want to be able to kind of see. Well, theoretically, it was so that I could actually see the body underneath the bodysuit. Doesn't really look like that's a thing. And this is darker than I really want. So setting the opacity, and that didn't affect the model at all. But let me see here. Check the hands, and yep, it's still club hand. So I definitely want to take the hand in the bodysuit and cut it down some more. I believe I had it already at negative 35, but all right. Let's switch to this color. Do you know what? I'm gonna make the brush 1,000. That should make pretty quick work of this. Yep, Shazam. Okay, you know what? That's probably a little bit more of the color I wanted. Yeah, I'm gonna have to try kicking that down. Maybe whatever the size I scaled the bodysuit up to, maybe I should scale that down for the head. Maybe that would actually offset the bulk of the bodysuit. Because I mean, that's just looking very Hulk smash. And yes, definitely the outside. I don't have to worry about that tapering from the looks of it. Okay. Let's see here. So this is more of the color than I wanted. Yeah, I mean, I don't really want to go too I don't really want to go too farther than that. So interestingly enough, if I'm going to use that as the base color, so then if I wanted to go ahead and do a shadow, a shade, that would be way too dark. But move down to a subtle shift. I want this more in the red. Color is this? Oh, how does it look? Let's just draw in under on the armpit area. This is probably good for shadow number 2, maybe not really shadow. I feel like it's still a little bit, there's too much contrast between the two, so this is actually good for, like I said, for the darker shadow. But for the subtle shadow, so I'm going to set this color to be shadow 2, which that's will be seven. So going back, I want to be a little more subtle. Is that subtle? It is, but it's looking kind of too gray. Damn, I gotta jump around like that. So what about this? That's not bad. It's a subtle shade. It would probably work on top of the deeper shadow. maybe be a slight tinge darker. But it's a good subtle shade change, so let's take note of it. 76041. And let's just kind of go a little bit. Again, I'm going more red bone. More in that room. No, the 9.0 is actually pretty close to the shadow too. So I think that's a bit too much. Nine three. So 9.3 is still a bit too much. So going from 9C, so like 9.7. I don't want to go. So no C, then E. I gotta go lower. Yeah, that's 9A and 9C are too close to each other. It's almost, it's hard to even tell. But yeah, that's too subtle a shift. See, so 9.7. Didn't I say that that was actually going to be too dark? Actually, that's not bad for a subtle shadow. For a subtle shadow, that's not terrible. Like those areas on the face and stuff like that. That could be a good blending spot, so let's try that. So 965F40. All right. Not bad. Wait, did BC Face stop responding? or not VC face. Not there yet. I'm probably going to use VC. Well, I might use. I'm most likely going to use VC face when it comes time to animate the. When it comes time to actually animate the Vroid. So I guess we'll just kind of see what happens from there. Yeah, you know what? I'm going to run with this. Okay. So that's going to be... I'm going to try painting that in Clip Studio. So, okay. Kind of see how that goes. Because I'm not going to be able to get the detail that I want on, like, you know, especially the digits. I'm not going to get the detail that I want on that. Not using the tools in Vroid Studio anyway. Okay, so yeah, let's overwrite that. I don't think. I believe that was the first one where I had the maple leaf accident. All right. So now let's see about those hands. The literal meat hooks. Let's get that club thing down. So where did I increase the bodysuit? Whoa. See, according to this, I didn't increase the bodysuit bulk. What the fuck is up with that? Of course, the benefit is because the bodysuit and the body are two different colors, I'll be able to see if there's any clipping. Increase bulk from... Oh, you know why? Is it because those settings are on this suit and not the other one? Nope. Okay. I mean, it's good to know because it makes sense that the actual attributes wouldn't be part of the texture. But then that just basically means that for some reason it lost the settings somehow that I had. There's one thing that's changed. So the shoulder puff was increased. But the body bulk isn't increased at all. So, Apple, All right, you know, let's just start from the top. I just want a prominent Adam's apple for some reason. So if I increase the bulk from wrist and I make that, my original setting was -35. Yep, it clips through to the hand. Which I find fascinating. Because this is looking even more like a bodysuit now. But okay, so let's make it -30. Not enough. -25. Almost there. So maybe about negative. Fuck. -22. Oh, everything but the fingers. So there are stretch fingers. Stretch. Oh, no. The stretch fingers is the claws. I don't want that. I should not quite fucking do it. Did I stretch the fingers on the body or something? And that just looks a little too meaty. You know what? I'm gonna do this. Not gonna do that. So let's go with -30. Because that's a decently slender hand. And you know what? I want to save this as a new item just because. So a new inner top. Just call it that. Let's go to the body and let's check out the hands. Okay. So far, so good. So now with the finger size, now look at that. So it kind of expands and contracts a little bit. Hand size 0. If I make that okay, see, now that's interesting. The bodysuit will grow with the... What is this shit? So if I make that 0 and then the finger size, so if the finger size is now -1, is there a finger length? Doesn't seem to be. Just hand size and finger size. But then that seems to stand to reason that when I go to the bodysuit and increase that, it shouldn't look like meat hooks anymore. There's no finger length. But, all right. Increase bulk from wrist. So if I just make that 0, what does that look like? Meat hooks. Fucking ridiculous ass meat hooks. So -30, too much. -25, almost. -22, almost. So -20 should do it. Not fucking quite. I mean, doesn't look... They were both the same color. I don't think the clipping would really quite matter. What do the palms look like? But just in case, I'm just going to go ahead and kick that. -18. See, it's not filling out that... It doesn't match up. See, now it's starting to get too thick. We're starting to get into meat hook territory again. And I don't get why in the hell it's doing that. I mean, okay, I guess if the bodysuit were intended to be gloves, I can kind of see it. But you know what? If that were really the case, I mean, technically, there's no reason I can't have this texture on both the body and the bodysuit. Which means that the hands, if I put this, if I had like, you know, the painted thing on the hands, the bodysuit, or on the body texture, even if I reduce the bodysuit, the hand size, as long as it doesn't interfere with, you know, clipping or whatever, or if I just make them completely transparent. If I make the hands transparent in the bodysuit, now it's really like he's wearing a muscle suit. That would just solve the issue. I wouldn't have to worry about clipping at all in the first place. But yeah, I think that's going to be the approach I take. So I'll use the same texture for the bodysuit and the body. Well, the difference in the texture will be that the hands on the bodysuit will be transparent. So his regular hands would show through. I mean, I can test that right now. Let me edit this texture. For the hands, actually I don't care about the annotations. Layer 2. And I'm going to erase. Looks like it's gonna work. I'm not gonna sweat being perfect because it's a test. This is a test texture anyway. I mean, well, no, I can't do it on the feet as well because it ties into the ankles. I should just zoom in. Looks like fingerless gloves. Novel. See, now this is messed up. This is supposed to be the hard brush. So why in the hell doesn't the brush go to the edges of the circle? This is part of what makes it so hard to work with these tools. But again, Vroid Studio isn't really it isn't really a drawing program in the first place. So I guess I can excuse it given the rest of the stuff that it does. And besides, it makes it easy enough since it's a PNG that there's no real point in even complaining about it. Alright. So it kind of looks like I missed a spot somewhere. Shit. No, looks good. Okay. As long as I don't do anything on the wrist. Although, wait, it does look like I'm wearing a suit. Where's that fucking seam? There it is. There's the slight thickness discrepancy. So that is a bit of an issue. I mean, or the flip side is I just not worry about it. Just deal with the freaking meat hooks. Because it doesn't look like it can really shrink the hands down to when even if it does. No, if I shrink the hands, it also shrinks the bodysuit fucking with it. So that's a little bit annoying. Then again, I mean, it is a pretty... you have to be pretty close in to kind of notice that. And if they were the same color, you wouldn't really kind of register it anyway. So I think I'm just being too nitpicky about this. So in the end, I'll still use the bodysuit. I'll draw all the shading that I've got marked up and annotated on here. Although I kind of went it looks a little bit worse than it really is. That's overkill. I'm not going to do all of that. I was just marking musculature. But once the texture is on both the body and on the bodysuit, I don't think you're going to really notice that. You'd have to look really closely to see the discrepancy. So that's how I think I'm gonna go ahead and do that. Oops. Too far into the corner. Come on. There we go. Alright. So let's go ahead and overwrite that. And okay. It's kind of like he's putting on a muscle suit now. But, all right. Now, are the settings, that's an interesting point, since I'm still over here in the outfit section, and I'm going to use the Jinpei as the base, and I'm going to wind up altering it. Let's check the tops while I'm here. And that one, where is it? Sealer on it. Ah, there we go. I should go ahead and grab that. I should grab that custom as well. But okay, the bodysuit doesn't interfere with the Jinpei, so that's good. So that should be fine. I am gonna mess with it though, because some of that texture, well, obviously this is a very basic and very bland, so I'm going to kind of dress this up a little bit, but I'm still going to keep the same basic Jinpei shape. I'm just going to recolor and adjust it a little bit to kind of match, because, you know, might as well have it match more to the color, the cobalt blue that I'm wearing, instead of more of the purplish. All right. So I guess while I'm here, let me go to custom, create a new item based off of fucking what the deuce. I thought it was going to just simply take or you know what? Instead of this, why don't I edit the current texture? Is that going to work? Yes. Okay, good. Okay, cool. So this is actually based off of a long coat, huh? Good to know. So this is just a long coat. It's got the sleeves. The high collar it doesn't actually have, but yeah, okay, that's actually fairly straightforward. And that's kind of cool. Let's export the guide just in case, because that's going to be useful for if I decide to do something else later. So this is a texture, this is a long coat. Long coat, high collar guide. Okay. Oops, high neck, not high collar. So now let's export this. So this is the Jinpei top. And let's check out the bottoms now. There should be a matching, yep. I wonder if I have a long version of it. Apparently not. Nope. That's okay though. Let's go ahead and edit this texture. Yep, this is actually based off of pants. So if I wanted to, I could make these a long version or a capri version or whichever. So, nice. Okay. Let's export the guide on this too. Okay, so now I've got the Jinpei. So I can go and I can customize that later. Let's go ahead and ditch the outfit. right now I'm working on the body. And so what happens if I edit the current texture? So right now I got all layers. But let's say that I go ahead and what if I create a new layer? And let's move these down. Now for my new base, the actual color. So that's the new base color. But what if on the shadows, instead of default, does darken? No, darken doesn't really do anything. What about multiply? If I multiply it, it should, yeah, it's making it too dark. I was afraid of that. Yeah, see, the darken drawing mode doesn't quite work the way it does in most other programs. Granted, the same color isn't gonna really darken. It's not gonna darken because it should be additive in some way. I don't know the exact algorithm. But it looks like I am gonna need to modify it looks like I'm gonna have to wind up kind of modifying it, maybe redrawing the shadow layers and stuff like that. Which, okay, it's not really that big a deal now that I've done it once. But I'm gonna go ahead and do that. In Eclipse Studio Paint. All right, so I am gonna take a quick moment to check up on the stove and see how that chicken stock is coming. And I need to plug in my phone. Let's see. I will be back in a couple of minutes. Okay, cool. So got up, stretched, hydrated, checked on the chicken stock, coming along quite nicely, I might add. Actually, it's beyond chicken stock, it's actually bone broth. So I added some water back to it. But even though it's thinned a bit, well, I mean, okay, chicken stock by itself is actually very, very bland. So if you're using chicken stock in a recipe, it's, you know, the chicken stock generally, like I said, tends to be fairly bland and whatever. It does add subtle flavor. Bone broth has a little bit of a stronger taste and stuff, but you know, it's a richer flavor and everything. It's pretty good. So this stuff is right when I re-added the water, it's between a soup and broth. So it's like a thin soup. It has a really nice rich flavor to it. Or not flavor, because like I said, it's kind of thin. It's got a rich mouthfeel. Because, you know, number one, the fat in the skin is rendering. Number two, the collagen is breaking down. So when this stuff cools, it's gonna completely gelatinize if I let it reduce enough. So basically, I'm making meat jello, people. How's that? Meat jello. Meat jello. Anyway. Okay, so actually, I'm not gonna go here. What I want is, instead of Vroid Studio, I want Clip Studio Paint. So I got that somewhere. I think the first thing that I really want to do, the thing that's been bothering me all this time, I want to change those fucking eyebrows. How's my memory looking? Vroid Studio. Fuck me, 30 gigs. Yeah, I'm gonna shut down Vroid Studio for a moment because that is sucking up almost all the physical memory this machine has got. I'll reopen it when I'm working with it again. But my God, dude. Really? I mean, how long have I actually been working on this now? Let's see. What's the stats? Well, according to Chatterino, I have been on for about 4 hours. Trying to go to Chrome, probably not the best idea, but let me check Stream Manager. I like the moderator view. It's got cool tools. Stream Manager is kind of neat, but I mean, it just doesn't give me everything that I really want. At least it's a nice view, but it's the most useful panel on here is it's probably the quick actions. I don't really need access to like the creator dashboard or any of that other stuff. And I've already got the quick actions open as a different window, so. But yeah, Vroid, you have got to get shut the hell down. So I'm going to go ahead and save my models. So I make sure I save the work that I've got going on here. Yeah, 4 hours, and this thing's already up to 30 gig. I don't exactly understand that because yesterday I happened to do like almost a 7.5 hour stream. It was actually 7, like a quarter, or 7 1/3 almost. And it was only up to like about almost 14 gigs. So yeah, let's keep the system from puking. Between OBS, Clip Studio Paint, Chatterino, and Vroid Studio, I am bringing this machine to its knees. Although, you know, the fan isn't going haywire, and I mean, it hasn't been lagging that badly. Yesterday, it got pretty awful with the lag, so hopefully we avoid that today. All right, let's go ahead and get back to this Clip Studio Paint here. One thing I want to work on, like I said, that was really bothering me for a bit. The eyebrows. I want to change the eyebrows. So let's open up the default eyebrows and the eyebrow guide. We can go ahead and open those. Actually, why am I opening that? I should actually just open up and import the other one as a layer. I'm supposed to open them as 2 separates. So how do I get this into the other? Can I drag the layer over, or should I just import it? It doesn't let me do that, so. Where are you? There you go, the eyebrow guide. Okay. So there. I've got both items in. Lock this layer. So we don't want any changes. So these are the default eyebrows that I happen to have. Now I do have a set of eyebrows. So the only catch is I can't really mirror these the way I'd really like to. At least not like the way you can in Vroid Studio. One of the things I said I wanted to do, because now the catch is this angle isn't the same angle that the eyebrows actually are on the model. You kind of noticed if you look closely. Oi. There we go. The eyebrows were actually in this orientation by default, and that's with no tilt. So I have no idea why the hell, if that's supposed to be no tilt, why is it that the eyebrows are applied in this orientation on the frickin' model? It doesn't really make sense to me. It's like, if it should be the same orientation, like if it's level, but it's just me, I guess. Okay, in fact, this might be a little too much. It might probably be more like this, which the key thing is the actual alignment of the tilt and everything. So, okay. Anyway, I'm going to go ahead and create a new raster layer. Or, I'm sorry, a new vector layer. Because I want to use the pen tool. I'm going to create a figure. And create a curve. So I'm just going to create a continuous curve and the shape that I'm looking for. So the eyebrow shape that I'm looking for is kind of like Yoshikata from Dagashi Kenshi. Like he's got like the classic kind of angle brows. And yeah, I just kind of like it. I think they look cool. It looks kind of somewhat delinquent-ish. See if I can find it. So, yeah. See that, or that's a good look. New tab and see what that looks like. Yeah. I mean, it's pretty basic, like more or less straight bar, kind of pretty classic, tough guy, almost kind of eyebrows. But it's pretty simple, pretty straightforward. Very subtle curve to them. So let's start with getting the basic shape set up. So I'm gonna go ahead and let me see here. Let's start from here. Let's see if I remember how to do this.
the tower. Every 4 computers now have primary control of critical vehicle functions.
Okay, so that looks terrible. Let's fix it. You know, it hasn't been that long since I actually last touched Vroid Studio. So with the actual deuce, man. Oh, I forgot I moved it down here. All right, so this control point, I want to make that a corner. Make this one a corner. Make this one a corner. So that curve kind of comes across. This actually I want to make a corner as well. Right? Close enough. And let's add control points. Or no. Can't believe it's driving me nuts. No, with the symmetry tool on this, because, well, actually, I could go ahead and I could use the symmetry tool on this. Hi, by the way. I was actually kind of sitting here. It's been a second, and now, like, okay, it's been a couple of months since I've touched Clip Studio Paint, and I was just trying to, get back in the remember. Okay, I thought I could drag the control points, but they're not dragging out to go ahead and be able to adjust my lines. And yeah, just struggling a minute. How are you guys doing today? 3 days. It's like an early Christmas vacation, huh? So wait a minute, Selene, you're in the Philippines, right? So it's like what, noon? Retail, huh? Hmm. So I want that mouse there. Yeah, I know I should turn symmetry on at some point when I'm messing with this. But I just want to kind of make sure that I've got the shape that I want. But I think that's kind of okay. Retail, man, I do not envy you. Yes, you definitely need a break. No, that'll just add a control point. I can't believe I'm drawing up nowhere now. So I ended up making a few adjustments to the model. So I believe it looks a lot more adult right now. But I temporarily shut down Vroid Studio for the moment because it was actually sucking up 30 gigs of memory, and I've only got 32 gigs of memory on this machine. So I kind of kept it. I wanted to kind of keep it to a reasonable limit. So while I'm diddling around over here in Clip Studio Paint, I shut down Vroid. Once I actually finish drawing the eyebrows, I'm going to go ahead and flip it back and then see what they look like. And I can kind of show what they look like, or what the model looks like. One of the things I also want to do is I want to kind of mess around with painting the actual, at least some of the details on the fingers and on the feet, and maybe do some of the shading. I actually kind of made this annotated I made an annotated guide of the actual skin / bodysuit texture, so I could kind of see as a reference, like, where some of the shading points of interest I want to place. So let me do this. Gonna create another layer. Oops, sorry, I forgot to actually mute. My bad. So anyway, let me go ahead and turn on symmetrical ruler in this case. But am I gonna have to? Yeah, I'm gonna have to make sure this is horizontal first. So line symmetry. So the catch is, I hope this is the actual center of the two Higgets. Actually, why don't I just do this? I'm going to image size 1024. For 1024, 512. No. Yeah, 512. Cool. So then at the 512 mark, I can go ahead and draw out my symmetry line. And hope for the best. Okay. So now I should be able to rotate this back in there. Keeps the line. Good. I did mention that I am just getting into really digital art production, right? Coming from traditional, like pencil based primarily, pencil and pastel. I mean, it's not like I haven't well, I mean, I've used Photoshop. I did a lot of photo manipulation and stuff for, web development, web design type stuff. But Clip Studio Paint, I'm still totally getting the hang of it, and I'm really trying to work specifically on getting what do you call it? I really want to get the hang of working with like painting and drawing directly in the app. I mean, so far I've only used it on like one major project so far. Well, not include, okay, I guess two if you include the PNG tuber. So I am still fairly new to CSP, especially compared to something like Photoshop or whatever. So I still forget like the interface controls and whatnot. So by all means, just like Celine asked, it's like yeah, on one hand I do like to go ahead and eyeball stuff. There's times where I don't want to do symmetry, and of course for the quick stuff like the eyebrows, yeah, there's no reason not to. I'm not gonna have asymmetrical eyebrows on in this case. But there's something that I kind of noticed, especially with everybody doing the live 2D. Yeah, the symmetry mode speeds things up a lot. I respect that and I appreciate that. But the problem that I noticed is that there's like this slight uncanniness that I kind of feel when I'm like looking at when I'm looking at different VTuber models and stuff like that. It's just because they're so, because they're so symmetrical. Now, granted, it's anime. It's not really exactly that big of a deal, but and most of the time you're not really looking at, in manga and anime, you're not really looking at dead on the way you do like in a VTuber model, in a VTuber situation. And with like, live 2D and stuff, it tweaks the perspective just enough so that you don't quite notice it. But otherwise, the whole thing with the symmetry, a normal face isn't perfectly symmetrical. So because of that, it just kind of messes with me a bit. Brush shape, all right. It's like there's that one little thing. They look really, really pretty. They look really, really cool and all, but then there's just one side of me that's just, okay, there's something kind of off. And it's because, believe it or not, because they're too perfect. Wait, did I create a, yeah, this is a raster layer. I'm sorry, this is a vector layer. So I'm doing the continuous curve and why isn't it doing the curve now? Oh, no, it's making them. What the heck is going on? So at this point, I should have a whole bunch of just points. It's like it's working differently because of the, since I dropped in the symmetrical ruler or something. Anyhow, let's just roll with it and see how this goes. So, what happened? What is it doing? Why didn't it? Did it make the points over here? Because of the symmetrical ruler. So just out of curiosity, grab the sketching brush here, and if I take this and So the shape that I want is kind of coming up and down, around, and why am I not seeing this? What the hell? Right, what's going on? Obviously I did something wrong somewhere, so let me go back over here. So I'm going to go ahead and back out of everything, and first I'm just going to try creating a new raster layer just to kind of make sure this is working the way I expect it. So, does this work? No. And why? Because I had transparency selected. What the? When did that happen? Okay. Well, no. So let's try that again. So I'm going to create a new vector layer. Darn it, I gotta turn this back. So let's, come on, let's unrotate. And again, I'm going to go ahead and do symmetrical ruler. 10, 5, 12. Nope. Okay. And continuous line. So this is symmetrical vector layer, right? There we go. So it put it in the right spot, correct? Yep. All right, good. Okay, the shape that I want again. Curve up, curve down, so it's like this. Curve up and then down and around. Maybe I should do a Bezier instead. Might be a little easier to control. Okay, so from here, I want this to kind of curve up a little bit. Then I want this to kind of come down. Let's say about here, connect it up. So that is not exactly the way I want that to look. So I think I got too many control points on the bottom for one thing. Yeah, for another thing, let's turn that into a corner point. Alright, so that's better. You should be over here. Whoops. Oh. Let's move you. Okay. And you should be not a corner. There you go, symmetrical point. Now, this is the only thing I hate about, well, this is the thing that I dislike about Clip Studio Paint is the way that it handles vectors. I can fill the vector, and that's cool, but it doesn't treat it as a proper vector shape, which means I believe that if I fill this, I would cut off the original default eyebrow. So if I go ahead and I fill this, Oops. It's not gonna let me. The problem is that it won't let me it. I have to fill it after I get the shape done right. So let me just finish that first before I go ahead and do anything else. So this shouldn't really be a corner point. That should be a continuous line point. Damn. Didn't mean to do that. Now let's move you. So you're up about like that. So let's delete that extraneous control point right here. you right about here. So, and this curve is still a little bit off. So I want that to kind of mirror that line some. So if this comes down. You get the dice roll working yet, Bez? It's not quite it, I don't think. The top feels too much like a straight line. Really? That sounds pretty cool. Eaten by the fox devil. That would suck as a 1. It's like, oh no. That is a bad outcome indeed. I think this curve is a bit much. So, I mean, a 1 in 6, a 6 as a special request, those are pretty good odds. Maybe you should have like a menu of options that people can actually go ahead and use. So let me create a new folder here. And I believe I need to put has to be legal, plausible, and within reason. Some limitations apply. Not for use for everybody. May cause blindness. Be sure to use in a well-ventilated area. I mean, yeah, I would probably do the menu of options just so that you know what to expect, and you can also be prepared for it in advance. So any of the things that that they might go ahead and choose, you've kind of got that covered. So bucket. Okay, pixels. Where are you? Probably to the editing layer. Oops, not quite what I was expecting, but you know what? I'll work with it for right now. On second thought, no, I won't, because it's filling in the lines. Or actually, you know what? I should just turn the guide layer off. I don't need this anymore at the moment. Okay. Okay, why didn't it? Huh. Symmetry ruler, you have failed me. So all of the edits and changes that I made to the to the bar did not get applied in symmetry. I mean, just really? Mother. Okay then. Good to know. So the symmetry only appeared to apply when I did the initial drawing. It did not give any kind of a fuck. Alright, so can I duplicate this? And nope. Transform, flip horizontal. That's not exactly what I wanted. Not quite what I wanted at all. Because this just has wrecked the symmetry. Shit. For shits and grins. Well, first I'm going to do a quick save as. Okay, so let's export this as a PNG. Kind of curious to see how this is going to turn out. Is this going to work the way I expect it to? So let's load the memory hog and find out. Fucking Vroid. So ignore the kind of markups that I did on the model. First of all, I decided I wanted to have a slightly darker skin. I wanted a darker skin tone. and then I adjusted like, you know, the eyes and line heights and stuff so that I could actually get so that the model essentially looked a bit older. So that's where I ended up adjusting his, I adjusted the eyes. If you notice, he looks a little bit, the eyes are smaller. The irises are a little bit, well, they're not like, you know, the huge iris. So that's kind of in keeping with, like, you know, in anime and in manga and stuff, the younger characters tend to have the more exaggerated, the larger eyes, huge irises, the slightly oversized head and scale relative to the rest of the body. Whereas as they get older and become, like, you know, more adults, then the proportions kind of start going back to kind of a normal level, or closer to normal level, where the spacing between, like, you know, the eyes and the jaw, like, you know, the head becomes more oblong, the eyes become narrower and smaller. Well, not narrow, but, like, you know, they become not as tall anymore. The irises are kind of down, so they're a little bit more proportionate to the model itself. You know, I haven't done any repainting on this. I was gonna try touching up the paint in Clip Studio Paint and see how that actually kind of goes, so I can get some better blending tools. I was gonna go ahead and give that an experiment, especially since I decided to darken it. Also, I was kind of going through, I made a layer on the bodysuit to kind of mark some, you know, kind of like some of the musculature areas, mostly so that I could kind of see as a reference where the shading would go. I mean, these shading things, I was actually testing some, you know, colors, like, you know, how to see what would work and what would be more subtle with, like, you know, the new darker skin tone. So, you know, basically it's like he's wearing like a sewing reference bodysuit. And then I also kind of mapped out, you know, the important thing is I wanted to map out like all these details and just simply have them in a on a layer that I exported out as the PNG. So, I mean, this looks rough by intention, so that I could actually go ahead and, like I said, especially with the feet, I wanted to make sure that I had, like, you know, the placement properly mapped out, so that I could kind of understand, like, you know, where the different areas are gonna wind up on the actual texture map, and hopefully get everything put in place properly. So you can see I actually wind up marking the lines where the Achilles tendon goes and stuff, the calf muscles, blah, 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 blah. So, yeah, just working note sheet. So, please disregard. It's just there for reference. But what I want to do, before I go back and repaint the new effects in, which you can just kind of barely see now, the old jawline and eyes and stuff, so, or the ear marks and everything, and the lips, it's all still there, but you can't really see it as much with the darker shade. So I need to see if I can get those, if I can darken them. But when I tried to apply the multiply, darken didn't really do anything, but when I tried multiply, yeah, it went all red, and of course it multiplied the value, so it didn't quite work the way I was hoping. But let me test the eyebrows here. Let us import and see how this, oh, you can't see a darn thing that I'm doing right now. Yeah, what I did was initially I actually ended up exporting the textures into our, I'm sorry, not into, but I exported them from Vroid to PNG. I mean, when you export a texture layer, it actually saves it as a PNG. I was a little bit confused in how I was actually doing the export initially, because yeah, it kind of makes sense when I think about it, because PNGs don't actually have layers. So yeah, that whole thing I did about talking about, like, you know, the reference bodysuit thing, you kind of completely didn't see any of that. But so because they're PNGs, as long I can open them up inside Eclipse Studio Paint, and as long as I export the PNG, then I can go ahead and re-import the PNG back into, you know, back into Vroid Studio. And in fact, I'm about to do this incorrectly because it's going to look for a custom item, not a PNG at this level. What I have to go ahead and do, I think, is I'm going to go into the unsaved item here and edit the texture. See, like I was pretty sure it was a mistake I made. It's like, see, what I had to do the first time is, let me wait for Vroid to finish thinking. Okay. See, from here, this is where I have to do the export. And this is what's going to export that particular layer out as a PNG. So I have to basically do the exact same thing here. I have to import the PNG as a new layer in the texture. Pretty sure that's where I went wrong with stuff yesterday. So let's see, eyebrow. Let me find the texture, eyebrow V1, and let's see if this works. And well, it changed it all right. Now, of course, these eyebrows look completely flat. So I'm definitely going to want to dress them up a bit. And that's an interesting thing. The whole reason why I wanted to try to do this as vectors inside of Vroid Studio was because I'd have better control over the lines and stuff and the shape. I mean, at least it let me kind of, I mean, the initial shape it mirrored, but when I did all the editing, the mirroring did not mirror, the symmetry didn't actually update the shape of the mirrored shape. So that was a bit of a bust. I mean, for that, I just might as well have just hand drawn the damn thing. It may not have looked as smooth. But so this is what the new brows look like. I mean, honestly, instead of Clip Studio Paint, if I were just going to go ahead and do a flat image, I could just have done like SVGs with this. Well, not SVGs, but I could have used a different tool called Inkscape that at least that properly deals with vector images, so that I can actually go ahead and change shapes. And because it actually handles the fill on the shape, every time I change a shape, it's going to update the shape. Now, it still doesn't have, you know, the same kind of mirroring stuff that I'd need. So, but because I'm not doing this whole flat eyebrow thing, I mean, it looks very cartoony. There's no real kind of depth. so I'm not digging that. I'm going to wind up just kind of hand drawing them and just taking full advantage of the symmetry ruler that way. So this SVG idea, I mean, it was okay for a quick kind of prototype to see if I like the shape. And I'm not sure if I like the shape. I think it needs some tweaking. But let me go back to the and I think if I just updated the skin just now, let me change the face skin real quick back to the original view. And yeah, damn it. Or no, wait, I think I just added that as a layer, so that shouldn't really be a big deal. Yeah, I mean, if I go through all the effort of doing the extra shading and stuff like that, having such cartoony flat eyebrows just doesn't really match anymore. I mean, it does look better than... It does look better than the original eyebrows to a degree, at least from a masculine standpoint. Masculine eyebrows, eyebrow tilt. So I need to increase the length, but yeah, gotta be careful with that. Oh wow, that looks... The whole no eyebrow view always looks kind of creepy to me. Oh, this is the position I'm looking for. So if I raise them, if I bring them down a bit. It's not bad. I kind of want it to be a little bit more neutral though. What do you mean? The alpha lock tool? You mean Eclipse Studio Paint? Well, obviously there's no alpha lock here, but it's like on one hand, I mean, I want to add some shading, but I think I want to add some texture. So that would be good for a more serious look. Tilt back, I'd want this to be kind of neutral. Hmm. It's not a bad first pass, but I want these tilted up more. Oh, okay, right. Oh, that's right, I forgot. You can't see because I switched. And let me do a quick memory check. Vroid up to 3 gigs. Okay. Oh, whoops. Let's see. It's been another hour and a half. I'll be right back. I have to go ahead and check the bone broth real quick. I'll be back in a couple minutes. All right. Well, the bone broth, the chicken bone broth, is pretty damn good. It's been actually going for almost 12 hours. I actually put it on, like, I started it actually at about 12:30, so it's only 11 hours or so. But I put it on the stove and started simmering it down at, like about 12:30ish or so. It's been going all this time. I've added water. This is the third adding water after reducing it, and I'm reducing it by about half twice. So I've added water in again, and before I added the water, it tasted great. Now it's still between, like a rich soup and, standard chicken broth at this point with the extra water in it. But I turned off the stove. I'm gonna let it cool, and then put it in the fridge. Let it kind of, I guess, sit until tomorrow. Then tomorrow I'm gonna go ahead and probably boil it down and reduce it again a little bit, and that should be the final thing. So 3 chicken carcasses basically in the pot. Halfway inclined to try doing something like making like a chicken ramen or something out of it tomorrow. At least out a part of it, and then kind of save the rest of the concentrate, the broth and stuff for a concentrated soup stock later. Okay, I'm not quite fond of the shape on this. It's not bad, but I think I can dress it up a little bit better. What don't I like about this? I mean, on the one hand, sure, I could take this and then probably like do something like kind of take these It's not bad, but I think what I want to go ahead and do, how does this actually stock up size-wise? So the default eyebrows kind of came all the way to there. So lengthwise, they were about the same length. I think what I'd really want to do more play with the shape a bit. So the key thing is maintaining it from roughly between here and right before the edge. So I'm going to go ahead and use that as a reference and kind of keep it more or less centered on that line. Alright. Let's see. Something.
Liftoff of mission 41D, the first flight of the Earthly Discovery, and the shuttle has cleared the
So
tower.
thinking what I want to do is something closer to.
Discovery's core computers now have primary control of critical vehicles.
I never did get any of those new brushes yet. So let's just see here. Let's do some basic sketching. Kind of this. something more like something like, no, not really. Just do you actually think that the shape does suit the model. I just don't quite like how it was applied. So if I were to go ahead and let's say I flatten the bottom out. And then gave it so then it kind of came up as a straighter line. And then maybe across as a curve from here. Let's see what that looks like. Or be large enough. That will work. That will definitely work. So okay, that's better. Let's adjust this a little bit. Think transparency, and let's kick the color down a bit. That. So theoretically, yep, there it goes. Good. It's not quite subtle enough. mean, let's face it. We all have at least one Tito who's, you know, a little rough around the edges. Kind of shaggy. Could do with a bit of manscaping, right? So I don't want this to be 100% so even. Of course, at the same time, I don't want dude to be all scuffed looking either. You know, I want him to, I guess, to at least have the impression that he can kind of clean up nicely. I'm not saying I want to be that uncle. I'm just simply saying we've all got one of them. So it's kind of even that bit. I think that might be a bit much. Let's see how it looks. Okay. And let's go into Vroid Studio. Go ahead and create a new layer because, as we just discovered, or as I discovered earlier, it imports into whatever layer you have selected. So let's import the new version. Thinking I kind of like the edge. Like the end is kind of neat. Thinking the hair highlights not that fun. Maybe do something a little more traditional. I mean, I guess like from a distance, it's gonna be that noticeable, so that's... But then that kind of seems like it'd be a more reason to exaggerate the gap there at the end. I mean, it's also kind of like a bit of a thing. Let's let that sit for a little bit. But I'm thinking that's actually not a bad shape. So look with the expressions. So, E, U, E, U, Okay, neutral's not bad. That smiling thing, like what the hell is that? That's a smug sneer almost. Like what the hell? How's that a smile? And the brow clips a little bit. I need to move it out. Yeah, definitely clip. Let's go ahead and totally don't get that. Thing. None of the hairstyles that are pre-built here appear to be any kind of guy type hairstyle. I mean, that's kinda, but that's pretty basic. Let us not do the ahoge. Where is the wizard who killed my mother? Yeah, no. Crush your enemies, see them driven before you, and hear the lamentations of the women. Let's not. So, right. Let's go back to the no hairstyle. That's... Whoa. Okay. Like, what? I mean, I'm not going to rule this out, but... Does beg the question, why the hell is the rest of the back of the head all naked? Alright. It's already been... It's pretty surprising. Well, let's see here. It's been about 6 1/3 hours already. I think I am gonna go ahead and call it here because I am gonna try to get up in the morning. Partly because I want to try to catch Belle's. I want to catch Bez's stream. But I definitely want to go ahead and get to painting this Tron outfit. So, like I said, ignore all the markup and everything that I did on this. This was just to kind of take some notes so that I can see like the areas that would be there to shade. It wasn't really, it's not really meant to be like obviously like a real thing. I did kind of notice that that the hands, if I kept the hands in the bodysuit, they kind of wind up still looking like meat pads. And if I try to reduce them too much, they end up clipping hopelessly with the actual body hands. And if I try to reduce the size of the body hands, that actually affects the bodysuit. So that was kind of annoying. So what I decided was, I don't think there's no reason why I can't use the same skin for both the bodysuit and the actual body. And since they're going to wind up being the same skin, the skin tones will be the same, so it should be fine. The only catch, and you won't really notice it unless you're, obviously from this distance, you still don't notice it. But if you look closely, there is a slight size difference. Like, so it looks like he's got a sleeve on. And that's like the difference in the size between the bodysuit and the actual, well, body. But, from a distance you can barely tell as is. And if, the skin tones, if the tone between the bodysuit and the body is the same anyway, that really shouldn't be a big deal. So I'm going to probably get to doing some of this painting tomorrow, or I guess later today, I suppose. So either either later tonight or, let me rephrase that, either later like Monday night US time or definitely on Tuesday. So I'm trying to kind of get in the groove of streaming, like, maybe 3 times, starting off like, about 3 times a week. So I'm thinking Tuesday, Thursday, and Saturday on the regular. And then if I can sneak in any more, probably try to sneak in some more at that point. But rather than doing these marathon 6-hour streams, I'm gonna try to cut it a little shorter, probably from like 9 to midnight or 9 to 1 a.m. Because I gotta try to adjust my sleep schedule to try to start getting up a little bit earlier. Because I may be switching jobs, maybe not. We'll have to kind of see how that goes. I mean, so many different things I want to do. I want to play with this hair. I want to do this, but first I might as well get the painting on the body done and out of the way first. So finish repainting the face, painting the body highlights. I'm obviously not going to do all of this. I just was kind of making an annotation reference, like I said earlier, of like, some of the major muscle sets, and try to see, okay, what can I, because obviously if I try to highlight them all, it's going to look kind of stupid because it's not like he's like a big hulking brute. So I'm just going to add some subtle shading in and kind of roll with that. But I want to try to follow the proper contour if I can, which is why I kind of mapped and annotated the muscle on here. So anyway, thanks so much for coming out and hanging out with me and everything. It was, again, a lot of fun. A bit better than talking to myself. Hope you guys just kind of enjoyed the chill vibe while you had me in the background while you're working on your other stuff. Anything I can do to help the day go by and be a little bit more chill and relaxed, that's all good. Maybe at some point I'll be less scuff. We'll see. So I totally appreciate you guys. Thanks again. It's been a lot of fun. And I guess I will catch you again next time. Till then, stay chill. Maybe at some point I might actually wind up being able to raid somebody. Who knows?